let's get this thing started. Yeah, okay, we got audio, video, audio. Video did something, didn't it? Killed the radio star. Oh no. I think I said a forbidden word within the first 8 seconds. Audio disabled. No, video disabled the radio star. And then the podcast brought him back. Something like that. What possibly could be happening here? Oh, let's do that the other way. Like so. I guess we can zoom in on this. Just playing around. Try to get something going. Now this brush with the that slight taper on it, it's okay for certain things, but sometimes it bothers me. Care to expound, Eric? Well, yes. I like to use it to blend. But when you have that that soft taper on the end there, what it ends up doing is getting much more of like a kind of a pen and ink kind of stroke to it. Very decisive. It begs the eye to come look at it. And that is the exact opposite of what you're trying to do when you blend something. You're trying to understate something, but instead you end up making a little point, like an arrow, you know? So, anyway, that's why I like the brush, but it is not an all-purpose utility brush. It's got a kind of a specific task for it. Flatten this one out a little bit here. This side, so the other side. You don't want them to be identical. You want them to have a kind of rhythm to them, but asymmetry. And by you don't want that, I mean I don't want that. If you have a different opinion, you're just going to have to tell me. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume everyone else thinks like me, which has never gotten me in trouble before. Okay. Too much blending. I just want to get in there. Let's just get something going. Let's go with like maybe a light blue. We'll just start kind of working in a little separation here. The white is too strong. Too powerful. There we go. Just got the music in me tonight, you know? Had some friends over. I cracked out my guitar that's been sitting in storage for who knows how long. And it was great. It was a lot of fun. Sometimes you just gotta play. Okay, what is going on here? We got this character, that's kind of how I'm seeing it, with these big, let's say, anthropomorphic type extrusions. This big kind of array of larger than life costume. And as I was starting this, I was thinking, man, maybe I want to make this head a little bit smaller. You know, I don't. It's a little early to be making these decisions, but we're going to just play with it. So we're going to say, if we have a sort of a large cloaked figure. Let me zoom out here. And let's bring this, all this down in value. You don't want to go quite to white. Doesn't let us go anywhere if we're already maxed out. Speaking of music and maxing out, it's like that Spinal Tap reference, you know? Where do you go when you're at 10? You gotta go up a little bit higher. You gotta go up to 11. They did a, I think it was Marshall Amps, did a promotional thing. I think it was years later. They did an amp that went up to 20. So they had to have those guys come back and, you know, do a live promo. And to my recollection, it was awesome. Everything you would want it to be. All right, so diminishing this head. Oh, that's kind of fun. Sometimes I like it when you've got kind of like a shape within a shape. You know, so like, I think sometimes we get really analytical about the shapes, like the shape of the head. So if we're going like, hey, here's the circle, right? And then we bisect the side. Boop, boop, boop. So we cut that off, and then we bring down the jaw, right? And then we go, okay, let's start placing, you know, eyeballs, nose, mouth, forehead, hair. nice hairdo. We start putting these things in, and then we get this kind of analytical. Let me do my shadow color here. So we'll cut in the shadows. Get that little rounded around there. Shadow down here. You know, place the ear in there. Do the shadow for the hair. He's got some pretty epic hair. Quite the swoosh there. Something like that. Those eyes look terrible. But anyway, so we end up with this very analytical shape. And then placing the features in 3D space, like that's all well and fine. There's actually, there's a utility in it that you want to be able to see the form. However, as we're doing that, we end up with kind of the same thing, and that's not necessarily how things shake up. I mean, it's a great tool if you don't know anatomy, or you're just new to drawing. You want to figure out how to draw faces. Look up Andrew Loomis, do the Loomis method. Nothing wrong with that. To get yourself familiar, into the landscape, right? But I did see an artist a while back, and I'm going to get his name wrong, but I'm thinking it was Brian Richards. Was that his name? He went by Auto Destruct. Anyway, just full disclosure, if you look him up, it's not all PG-13. He did a lot of all kinds of art, we'll say, but he has a lot of very interesting insights, and one of his insights was to kind of compress the face. So instead of doing what I just did, where you have this shape that you construct off of, instead of doing that, you could kind of do something a little more abstract. And of course you could kind of decide, okay, is this hair, is this, what is this? But anyway, he was saying you kind of constrain the face into this box, put it inside the shape rather than wrapping around. We just tend to make things too volumetric, but if we say just restrict it to this region, and all of the kind of emotion and everything is happening right in this zone, and then we build the rest off of that. And you could do that, you could make your characters larger, like if they're heavier set or something. All of that is going to get kind of added on to this basic structure. This basic structure is really not going to change, but the rest of it could. Like if your character was heavy, right, and could kind of just push the proportions around a little bit, and it just gives you more leeway, I think, to find the character that you're going for, like in the facial expression, and then just build off of that. So we could have a really creepy looking character here, or we can trim it up, make it look cleaner as far as the silhouette. Bring the shoulder over, so it's a little more dynamic, maybe. I don't know if I'm making any sense. Is it making any sense? You tell me. Okay, anyway, this guy offends me over here. You offend me. But actually, this brings me to a fun little exercise that maybe we'll come back around to. I think for now, I'm going to get back to this drawing because I was enjoying it, and then I just had to depart from it to make a point. Sorry. But anywho, I think that it would be cool to show some exercises that build off of this idea. It's kind of making ink blots and then building characters off of it. Just based off of what you see initially. And by what you see, I mean what you perceive as the kind of general essence, gesture, idea. Like sometimes you see a shape and you go, if that's a head, then that is that's a person jumping up and screaming, right? Or if that's a head and it has this kind of I don't know, you could see it as like, oh, that's a woman with a very strange large hat or something, you know. And I think it's kind of fun to trust that intuition and play off of it, see where it goes. Okay, so we are going to start bringing in some more elements here. I'm wondering, so I'm thinking it'd be kind of interesting to have a form break, you know, so like this part here is all encapsulated into the silhouette, and maybe we could do a little break there, you know, so that elbow kicks out. But I like the fact that it's kind of just this big mass, and there's like maybe that's a big cloth or something. But then here, I think it might be nice to break that out. So that you've got a clean side and a rough side. And again, it's actually same artist that I was referencing earlier, who kind of dabbled in this whole idea of designing from clean simplified edge and a detailed, busy visual interest edge, right? What did I just do? Here we go. I think I want to just fade that up there. I kind of like the idea of this, you know, blending, melting back into itself, you know, back here. I'll throw this into the background a little bit, maybe tighten that angle. Dave says, love the balanced near symmetry, asymmetry. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's something to be said for giving the like calmness and expectation, I think, that you get out of symmetry. What I mean by that is you can predict what's on the other side, and if something's symmetrical, you can your brain will just fill it in. And there's something I don't want to just say pleasing. I think it kind of puts you at ease, right? Because there's no mystery about what's back there. It's like I can recognize this, and I think there's a comfort in knowing what's behind the closed door or what's in the shadow, right? But then giving some, and and then by contrast, there's a tension of, you know, what if you don't know if something's obscured in the scene, then there's a certain tension to, like, you know, what is that back there? And that's not, you know, obviously there's that's contextual, right? Like if you're doing a scene with a dark hallway or something, there's a context for that concept. But I think that the concept still holds up in a kind of subliminal way. But it's boring to look at something that's purely symmetrical. It can almost be like too calming. There's no interest, there's no tension, there's nothing that feels like something's about to happen. And that's where, like, a dynamic pose, you know, so getting some more diagonals, and I don't like that leg, if that's a leg. Let's get this, I want this to be a little more hulking, maybe. Anyway, so dynamic shapes, lines that come in at an angle, implied symmetry, but it's actually gives you more visual interest, gives you more to look at, because it's not just the exact same thing mirrored. Let's see. I want to. Maybe I'll bring that back. It's almost like there's this he's got like massive hips, which is fine. It means he's a good runner. But we gotta work it out. I feel like the hips were the problem last week with the samurai. I was like, I don't know. I had to figure it out. I had to struggle through it. See, and the tighter we get in and the straighter it is, see, it just gets more like calming. There's less like kinetic energy. There's less potential for something to happen, right? So bring that in, bring that diagonal back in. That's why I'm trying to balance that, right? Like trying to figure out. I want the character to make sense. I want us to understand kind of visually what we're seeing. And at the same time, I want these shapes and this motion that just feels like it's alive and energetic. Let's zoom out once more. You can all enjoy watching me struggle and suffer to try to find it. The thing that I'm after here. A lot of tension in that hand. Currently I've got it kind of limp. Like he's just raising it up with like he's old and weak. Kind of like a Nazgul or whatever, you know. There's something creepy about that, but there's also something not particularly. There's no urgency to it, you know. It's like that could come through as weakness. It could come through as confidence. It could come through as, man, this guy's just slow, you know. So, all right, and then also I think what we could do is we could have him holding something, right? So we've got all the time in the world here, and by all the time I mean, you know, the next few hours, to figure out what would be an interesting composition, interesting shape, and then we can determine what that visually represents. And now it's more of a stance than being in motion. I think we need to come back to, you know, there is an implied like spine there, right? So the hips would be right about here. Something like that. It's Yeah, these scrawny little legs. Little chicken legs. Yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling about this design. This arm, maybe, do we want to kick that out, down and out? These kind of long, lanky features. Maybe we should make this shape a little bit cleaner here. I think we'll keep those kind of sharper edges. Let's do this. We'll do a little counter change in there. I think we'll move. Oh, we got tons of space. Let's move the whole thing over. Let's turn that crop in on the edge of the canvas there. So if that's the front leg, let's get an arm up. The back leg is somewhere in there, doing whatever back legs do. That's very different from what I had in mind originally. We'll see where this goes. I don't know if I like the big bulky leg. It's just, generally, it's not my jam. I tend to prefer something that looks like you could run, you know? Like, you don't have all this unnecessary extra weight. But we're also dealing with the foreshortening here. Something to that effect. I don't think we need to go that bright, but I'm just trying to figure out where is the edge of that. that shape. Mm-hmm. You're a mess, Mr. Swamp Monster. You are a mess. Alright, let's get this. These proportions figured out here. I don't want to get, too isolated to be looking just at that one spot. I want to be thinking about how the whole works together. I've got this thing as kind of like a... This is supposed to be kind of behind him. Like it's connected to his back or something. And so I think we got to get this arm figured out here. Then I think how this whole thing integrates, like, he's got to be able to turn his head, right? So is he in this, like, shell? Again, kind of coming back to this idea of isolating the face. So, like, I like the idea of, like, this part could articulate, and then maybe this part could articulate separately. So let's see if we can figure that out. Kind of like the weird proportions, but I think we need to figure out how to keep it within a believable range and not just like a, this dude's completely broken kind of look. So like if you have super long arms, lanky kind of things, I think it needs to work, relatively speaking. Like you have to, I think, you find the landmarks, like you bring this into the side of the thigh. Like where would that swing in if it were at a resting position? And then of course we got perspective working as well, so we might need to, I'm going to bring that in. I find there's a couple of hand poses that are kind of fun to work with. You can increase or decrease the tension based on how kind of relaxed they are, right? So the more they're kind of curled up or open, it's got that like feeling of readiness and tension, whereas what we had before, where it was kind of just laying there, it feels more relaxed and Let's change that angle there. Yeah, there's like just way too much going on there. I think this needs to be. I think we got to figure out the proportion of this leg, and perhaps establishing our our ground plane and our perspective a little better. Will make sense. Okay, so let me just duplicate that. Let's just start chopping it up. I don't know if I'd rather chop or liquefy. For now, we'll go with the chop. Chop, chop. Like having it just a little bit dynamic there. Get it too straight up and down, it just doesn't, you know. I think we could either break that plane, right? So it's like this, and then our composition is kind of like this. But that straight up and down, I don't know. Kind of like having it come up just a little bit there. Alright, I'll just do that for now. Okay, what is the problem here? Oh. What is that? Somehow ended up there. There we go. And what I was trying to do here was bring in a counter change so that the background goes dark against the lighter legs, as opposed to up here where the background goes lighter against the darker upper body. We'll see. Can't do it all. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, make decisions. Now I don't like the placement of that leg. It just looks funky. And kind of the lankiness of those proportions is again, we can try to push it with our, this is some kind of weird alien creature thing, but I think you can only push that so far until it's just not believable. I think I want to push this leg farther back into the background. Again, with establishing the ground plane, that'd probably be a good idea, huh? Let's get rid of these guys. No one asked for you. Alright, so I think maybe we bring things up a little bit. I'm just going to get rid of that there. And I'm debating whether I want to just get rid of this leg altogether rather than trying to make it work. I don't know. Nope. Alright, let me zoom out and get a fresh take on this. And maybe part of the problem is that we're trying to do as if I'm sharing the blame with you guys and gals. Part of what's going on here maybe is that I'm actually keeping it pretty linear, because what I was ending up doing is keeping the hips and the shoulders together. So let's kind of switch that up. Again, it's going to change what's going on here. It's going to be less of a run and end up more of a standoff type of thing. But then already I can kind of see more potential in this. So a couple things I want to do real quick. I'm just going to start blocking this in here. So one thought was to change the view so we're looking down more. So we just bring the horizon line up. But then I think that makes the character more accessible. Makes him one of us, if that makes sense. You're kind of looking at eye level. You could combat this guy, maybe. But that's not really the feel I want necessarily. I think having it go looking up. So let's just do another one. And so let's bring the horizon down. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, 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 boop. Do-do-do. So now we're looking up at him. And there's a couple of things we're going to have to change here, but hunched over a little more. So now we've got a different baddie. It's like a Power Rangers baddie. That's what I'm talking about. In fact, we could just go so low. You don't even get a horizon line. No one said you were entitled to one. Alright, we can zoom back in now. And we're all like, hey, it's Steve versus the giant. You know what I'm saying? Or, oh boy, I just kicked my Oculus. One moment while I turn that off. Get out of here. Delicious tea. It's the device that... The Oculus, I mean. Oculus is the device that... Just... You were there to serve it seems. Now he's dancing around, twirling his little dancy ribbons. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, all right. You went from scary monster to just a very, I don't know, expressive kind of alien species. Still, just wants to dance, you know? I think it's this leg, it's kicking out right here, like, do. What's the, what is that movie? You know? The one with the dancing and the be cool thing. You know what I'm talking about? I never watched it, but my wife references it. It's the one where they have a dance off and they change a generation. They open their minds to dancing. Like, you know, we're allowed to dance. In fact, there's a new dance in town. You guys know what I'm talking about? Somebody say it in the chat. Or don't. Keep your secrets to yourself, that's fine. Footloose, that's it. Footloose. Yeah, this is like Footloose Alien. I've got it in my head. I'm trying not to sing it because I care about you. Don't ever think otherwise. This is living proof. Choosing not to sing Footloose. That's what they mean by unconditional positive regard, you know? I know how much damage that could do. Started singing. But I care about you all too much to do that. Okay. Say, Eric, you can stop talking at any time. Anytime. All right, let's get these, get this dancing stance all worked out here. Speaking of which, I found this this YouTube channel that it takes all the Star Wars footage and it recuts it into this completely different narrative. And the gist of that narrative is that it's a dance-off. And it's all just laser dancing. And it is probably the most ridiculous and irreverent thing towards Star Wars I've seen, and I just think it's hilarious. It is, I will say, it is mindless level entertainment. It is probably the lowest form. It's just so stupid, but the absurdity of it and just the way they turn all these characters into something completely different is I just think it's hilarious. Okay. Too many admissions tonight. Let's get that change in hue so that does not get confused as a pass-through looking to the background. You know, same thing kind of here. We got these little guys that could be confused as being a negative shape. Same thing there. You know, goodness, it's everywhere. So what I'm saying here, if you're not picking up on it, is that there's a value and color that tell us what we're looking at, which direction these things are facing. Once you start building it up, you start to see, like, okay, if it's got this thing that's associated with the background, then that's a pass-through, right? So if we like do an old cut out there, it doesn't look like there's a separate value on the body. It looks like there's a cutout in the form. And if we, like I did here, I lit it, you know, I lit the top edge of that arm as if it were the same value or the same color as the background, and then it really, I think, starts to become confusing. It could be misconstrued as a cutout, right, like this. Like now we're like looking at it like his armpit or something. Don't want that. But we might consider using a value that establishes a light. So when you're working in black and white, you know, you can be, things can get a little bit mixed up, and you've got some leeway with it though, as far as what's background, what's you know, what's light on dark, dark on light. But then once you start adding color, you can associate meanings to them, and I mean like literally a meaning in the space, the atmosphere that you're working with. You know, is there let's say we do like a red light or something on the side here. Let's see, I don't know. I'll put something in here because this is not gonna be contrasting at all, is it? So anyway, we throw this red light in and we cast it, maybe cast it on the ground here. So then we got to show it on the form, right? And this is not rocket science, but I think you can see that we start to establish form and space this way. And you have to be consistent once you get started. So if we did like, say, that side, and then this is, are we saying this is all turned out towards that? I don't know. Gotta make a decision. And this is where I was saying you can, there's some ambiguity with, you know, just working in value. There's a, you know, light and dark can kind of mean different things, but then once you start introducing like a colored light source or something, then you're basically committed to say, okay, this is what you're seeing. So, okay, I feel like I'm not explaining that in the best way. So what I mean here, for example, is if I say light that edge there, so I'm implying that there's just a very thin shape here, and just this edge is catching the light, but that this one on the other side is angled such that only this thin edge here is facing towards us, right here. And that it's a slightly curved form. So we might do the same thing here if we kind of blend this over a little bit so that this is curved. The light kind of bends around the form. But when we were dealing with just value, we could have inverted these, and it would have been not too difficult to make that change. Now we're kind of committed to a bigger change. So inverting it would have been like if this were, let me put it like this. This shape, is it shaped like from the side, kind of like that? Or if we're looking straight down at it, is it like, this is the tip, is it like this? You know, and then here's the head right here. That's behind the head. Or is it, and this is, say, curved back and up. Or is the shape more like, say, this? With the head in there, right? And so if we draw these lines, like, are they like this? Doop, doop, doop. Or are they like this? No, wrong way. If you're looking at it from the opposite angle. So anyway, the lighting, I think, starts to make us decide the shape of this thing. Am I making any sense? Just say, Eric, you're confusing. You've had way too much caffeine. And you wouldn't be wrong. I'm telling you, someday it's going to be illegal. And you'll be like, no, none of that caffeine stuff. It makes people talk too much. And we cannot abide talking. All right, so let's build in. I think we could build in like a core shadow or something. And then one second. I guess I gotta finish this off now. Once I start thinking, I guess I gotta stick with it. It's like that. What are we doing here? That's gonna have to take some tender loving to dress. Is that a little better? Right, so I think it'd be cool to bring in another value. Did I say value? Color. To communicate the form. I kind of want that to be like it's like a shield that's coming out, maybe. That just cast a shadow on there. Maybe get a brighter red. Oops. Brighter, oh goodness. Brighter red on there. Then what's behind it? Reestablish that line there. Why has he got a spear? He's got all this other stuff he could be doing with all manner of things he could be doing with his life. But he made a spear. Alright, we gotta get that footloose leg figured out. Here we go, Mr. Footloose. Probably should have figured out your pose before I added all this dynamic lighting. Yeah, it's a real problem. I'm telling you, the music, it's in my head. So I do want to address this a little bit so we're not dealing directly with these oversimplified shapes. I want to deal with. I'm gonna have to zoom out again, get the pose figured out. I want to deal with more interesting shapes for the clothing. Okay. What do we want to do here? Bring in some steely greens for the other side. Just go full on Terminator colors here. Man, what are you doing, Eric? Here was our giant version. I kind of like that one too, but I think we'll keep playing with this one. I think, just switching between the two, I want to make this guy's head smaller. And I might just take this whole thing and we'll go liquefy. And we'll just start doing, well, actually, let's let's condense it first. That is, just turn it into a flat image. We'll put that one over top. Let's go here. In fact, I did kind of like bumping that up just a wee bit. Why not? We'll merge that down. And then we'll go liquefy. Do, 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 do. There we go. Tiny little head. Now let's just take all this. I think we'll just maybe simplify that. I don't know if this spear is everything I hoped and dreamed it would be. I mean, we gave him a hard time for having a spear in the first place. What kind of scary techno monster are you? Walking around with a long stick. Don't you have something more interesting? And then this, not all that dynamic. Let's bump this up. Make that shape kind of open up, you know, so it's not just linear throughout. I mean, the thickness of it. You know what I'm saying? Let's put this arm to the test. We had this concept of it being up and out, this big kind of flowing robe thing. But now, I'm not sure if that's working so well. And some of these other shapes I want to figure out, like, what does this do, right? Does this, say, I was thinking it'd be kind of like a sheath or something, right? But then, do we want this to echo what's going on here with this shape? Just plan. Alright, you're getting a little too aggressive there with these shapes that want to be friendly to our main character and say, hey, look at that guy over there. If you hadn't noticed, I'm just going to point right over here at the character. Very generous of those shapes, you know? To kind of just play second fiddle and point into the dude. Okay, what do we want to give that a little bit of attention? I don't know. Maybe bring this. We got that up, this down. Is that how we want to do that? Nope. Bring that shoulder up more, this shoulder down more. That's almost too much. It's like he's strutting, you know, like. Maybe bring this down. Okay. I'm going to start playing with color just to like get the mood a little more dialed in. I do think I want to address this, like whatever he's holding here. Like, do we want this to be some kind of otherworldly thing, you know, or do we want it to be something recognizable? You know, we could have it be like a lightsaber, you know, if we wanted to go with that whole trope. Which, as I mentioned earlier, could just be like a dance-off, you know? Sorry. So sorry. I really turned to the dark side. I'm getting some Tusken Raider vibes here. Some like Tusken Raider Sith Lords. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go blue and dark. And by blue, I guess I mean purple. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's get one of them special issue light bayonets. Pew pew. Maybe we have this thing cast a shadow on the other one. That'd be kind of fun. As far as funness goes. Of course, now this is looking like it's supposed to be the light source, so we gotta change it. It can't be. No, well, now we've made a real mess for ourselves. But whatever, we're rolling with it. All right, let's go to. Before I do curves or color balance or any of that stuff, what I want to do is put a new solid color on. We're going to set this to overlay, and then we're going to go middle gray. That's going to keep it clean. Nothing's happening. Don't worry, guys. And then we're going to move it over. And we're going to decide what do we want to do. We want to go darker, more intense with this color. Somewhere in there. Greens, yellows, reds, magentas, blues. What's it gonna be? So I like that. I do like the blue. I did like the green, and I also liked the red. It turns out that's like every choice we've got pretty much. So let's go with the. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do another one. And then what we can do is we can pile these up, and you can set them to only working in certain color zones. So if we wanted to isolate one area, so this one, for example, let's say we like it only maybe in the darks. We're gonna do this live. It might crash. Sorry, everybody, but that's just how it goes. So when you do this blend if here, you can choose darker, anything dark underneath it. It's not going to blend. You can choose the range in which it blends. Choose the range in which it blends. You can choose the range of value where this will blend and where it will cut off. Where it kills the stream, and this is just Photoshop crashes, and I think it's just maybe my computer issue. But what happens is if I blend this, you hold Alt and you click, and that will blend from dark to light. If I play with that too much, it'll crash. So as long as I just tap, pick a spot, we're usually pretty safe. Hold your breath. Say your prayers. Okay, so something like that. And if I just toggle back, Control Z, so we can see we're just isolating that that area, and we might do the same thing here. So what if we want to keep those shadows that way, and maybe even keep our background, but we just want this green kind of in the middle? Then you can just isolate it. If you want to switch it, you just move it beyond that point. So see, now we've got the light side, you got it inverted. So now it's just doing the outside edges. I kind of like that. Let's do two versions. We'll do one like that. We'll do one where let's get rid of this, get rid of that. Okay, so this is just our standard Dan version. Sorry to all the Dans out there. It's just standard. Okay. So, man, my derogatory. There's nothing wrong with being standard, Dan. But everything's got a name. We got Steves and Dans mostly. Okay. It's another option. All right, so we got full. We got kind of mids. This we got just the highlights. I think I like that one the most. That one's good. That's got, I don't know, I like it. And then let's do one more version. Let me see, what was this one again? So we knocked out the top and the bottom. We could do another one where we maybe leave. Let's knock out the. Where do we want to leave this off? I actually kind of like it just like that. But again, we're getting into this territory of, we got all these different options we can play with. So we can go with this for now. Man, I like them all. I like that one, but this is much more subdued. This one, we're just getting into a real kind of heavy mood. It's a hard choice. I like this one. I think I'm going to go with this one. And then from here we can start doing curves, color balance, all that stuff. Usually it's pretty good to blend before you get into the stage, because what we're doing is we're shifting what the colors do as they hit different value zones. And so because we've been painting directly, we've pretty well isolated our values into kind of major zones, regions. And so what we're doing with the shift, you can see it's going to just affect this whole swath here. It's going to affect the whole background, and then it's going to affect the red on, and the interior shadows on the character. So those are kind of like the few areas that we're working. And so if you're just thinking like design, this is a decent way to either bring those areas together, like merge them, or pull them out and separate them. If you're thinking color, like color balance and shifting, just this nice color play that shifts as the values shift, then you've got to have more gradients, more soft edges in there for that to, to squeeze any juice out of that one. And since we don't have it there, that's really not what we can expect. One of the things that I always find funny is I'll play with these until I'm like pretty happy with it, and then I'll come back, like I'll hide the layer, and it ends up being pretty close to what I started with. I wonder how much of that is just your eyes adjusting and being acclimated to the value range that you've been working with, and so it just feels right. You don't want to deviate too much from it. I don't know. I could be wrong about that, but all right. Let's go. Let's see about doing like just color and just luminosity. So luminosity. I think what we're doing with the lights and darks is a part of what makes it interesting. Yeah, I guess we'll go with normal. See, I'm tempted to set this to color and then do curves to fine tune the value contrast that we want. And if you change the stack, you'll get a different result. Something to bear in mind, like if you did your color first and then you do your value, if you move your color after, it will affect it differently, because if you recall, we were isolating it by value zone. And I prefer this for the darks, and I prefer this for the lights. And so maybe we do one of those crazy things where we blend it. We could even just do a mask if you want to be But then we're setting up this green as like a separate zone, which I think in this case actually works okay. It's like you're at an opening of a cave or something. Okay, so we've done this. We could do... do I even like that now? Kind of like returning to the original, you know, this here. It does bring a lot of contrast. Yeah, but we could maybe change the color. That really mutes it, you know. I kind of like that. Again, you know, it's subjective. You're deciding, do I want something that's kind of the monotone, monochromatic, or do I want something that's, you know, kind of rich colors on a gray? Do I want complements, you know, which is really punchy, juicy, almost cartoony, you know? I think they're all viable. I think if we go analogous, generally speaking, you know, with what we're putting in here, then what ends up is this blue ends up being our complement, and just the proportion of color. Look at that. A little bit of green, a little bit of blue, lots of, you know, reds and magenta. You know, not quite magentas, but shifting towards the purples and grays. Actually, I think that might work better. Okay. Let's keep on keeping on, as they say. So if I go to my smudge brush, we could start, we could use sample all layers. And at this point, we'd be acting destructively. So there's two ways we can do this. We can start painting on top of everything like this, or we can grab this whole group, and we'll just call this our adjustments. ADJ, short for adjustments. And we can go underneath that and just start blending here. And this is like what I was saying before, what we control our edges a little bit more, whether it's soft or hard. And we can correct a bunch of things that got warped in our liquefy layer. Just kind of clean them up a little bit there. I know I've shown the smudge brush before, but this particular one, you know, the faster you move, it kind of breaks up the form, gives you a sharp edge. The slower you move, it gives you that smooth transition, like so. And so you have a lot of control over your edges. So technically speaking, and I'm being real about this time, I'm not being facetious. Edges. When I'm talking about edges, I'm talking about the edge between one color, shape, and another. So where it turns from like this dark here to this light behind it. Is it soft, like kind of blurred a little bit? Or is it very sharp and abrupt? Okay, and that, see how these are sharp edges here? Those are going to draw the eye a little bit more. this thing here, we can kind of get rid of some of this. Again, with the linear kind of spacing between things, these are spaced uniformly away from our dude. And so I'm going to break that up. This here, you know, we didn't blend that, so let's do that now. And the reason I brought this in, if it wasn't clear when I did it, I don't know if I said or not, but the idea was to create a dark background to have this light bounce off of. And so now, as I said before, we just have the opportunity to blend the abstract shapes into the scene in a way that maybe is more representationally coherent. Okay, like, I mean, what is that thing in the scene versus what function does it have in creating a composition? You know, this is not at all what I was thinking about doing tonight. I heard a sound clip of the Godfather theme song, or whatever that's called. You know, the little audio logo from the Godfather. The associative trigger. You hear that song and you go, oh yeah. Anyway, so I thought I'm gonna draw some very moody scene with a conflicted character working out his problems. And then I was like, nah, I'll just do a dancing space alien. Working out his problems. With some fancy footwork. Say, Eric, what is going on here? I don't know. It's like, oh, I should not have touched that beam. That's what we're gonna do. Be careful, Keith. You should not touch that acetylene torch, aka your lightsaber bayonet. Speaking of which, bayonets. I may have told this story before, I'm sure I have, but I got this device for cleaning 3D prints, an ultrasonic cleaner. And the instruction manual, clearly English was not the first language. But one of the things that it said it was ideal for was cleaning bayonets. And I thought that's a very strange translation. Skewers, maybe? I don't know. Alright, so here we do have like a soft turn of the form, so this is more like a shadow, cast shadow, so it's more direct, harder edged, and then here Maybe we have this go with a soft transition because it goes into the around the form there. And then, am I gonna do something with this? Are we gonna have a little spiky thing? Or is that just folly? Something tells me it's folly. But again, you know, we set out to have an abstract design that led the eye where we wanted it to go. You know, we're doing all this without seeing the other layers that we've already worked on to see how they will affect things. We will soon find out. Maybe a soft transition there. Maybe these here could be a softer transition. I mean, we don't need to go crazy. We gotta make choices here. Some of these are not gonna be soft transitions. Some of these are gonna be painfully sharp. This, however, could be a soft edge. You get that core shadow in there. Sometimes I try to draw with the smudge brush. That might be a mistake. Okay, we've done all that. Let's add our adjustment back in. We can hide. We'll just call this paint over, or the smudge. The smudge. So I think that could be adjusted right there. So if we just go back to our brush, or we could even do the eraser for this, but we're just coming back in. We're gonna reestablish what we liked. We might soften this up here. just to be clear, the names that I have chosen, the Dans, the Steves, the Keiths, these are not associated with real people. So, for all the Dans, Keiths, and Steves in my life, I'm just coming up with whatever comes to mind first. This is the on the spot, have to use some name kind of thing. But things really ought to be named. Give them personalities. All right. My wife just brought me my slippers. So now I can be comfortable and offensive. Okay. Yeah, some of these I just like how simple they were to begin with. It's like hard to say exactly where I prefer one stylistic choice over another. But I do think, generally speaking, erring on the side of simplicity is going to be better for us. Do we like these spike things? I don't know. I think this one gets a little crazy. So just subduing that one might be the right thing to do. I think we can bring some of these back. Okay, we've done what we've done. Now, let's bring in some kind of effects here. I'm just going to go with just a brighter, I'm going to shift the hue so that we've got a brighter local saturated color. See, like right here, let me zoom in so you can see what I'm talking about. Wow, what in the world are you talking about? That's like, that's about as blue as that blue gets. So if we put some of this more cyan in there, that's going to get even bluer. Am I in a different color mode? Yes, I am. That explains a lot. I was like, why is it not registering? That is why. So I think you need to bring in these complements to really get that to spark. Maybe we'll keep it all on that edge. Okay. Now I'm gonna get a softer brush, and we'll play around with this, cleaning things up. Apparently this brush is slow, so let's see. Spacing might need to go a little more to speed it up. And the dual brush is probably going to slow us down too. Here we go. So now we're just going to bring in these soft transitions here. And we're just smoothing these out. With the intent of having something less contrasty, less extreme, and just softer in general, we'll say. Yeah, I don't know about that. It's getting too... what we had before was just a little bit flatter in terms of color. And so that is another form of contrast. Even though this shape originally was much brighter, or by brighter I mean higher value contrast between it and the background. Now it has more internal contrast, so it's not it's less of a flat shape and has more of these different variations in its value. So we'll flatten that out and reestablish a silhouette. Okay, what am I doing? So part of what will happen as a consequence of our overlay and our curves layers and all that sort of stuff, it will tend to compress a little bit. I'm going to switch over to just a straight up soft round because this is getting too shapely. Too much shape. And I just can't abide that. Right, you might hear that sound there. That's my tablet swivel wheel thing, whatever you call that thing. It controls the size of my brush. So here we're trying to soften things out. We're going small brush to get, close and tight. A large brush to soften out the edge. So we gotta go back and forth quite a bit here. All right, this green, I think we could start to deal with that. First, let's figure out what we want to do here. I want to introduce a little bit darker on the character. And this, I think I will limit using the blend if. So I think that's mainly where I want it, is just right in there. So then we'll go blend if, we'll bring this down. So we're not pushing all this around, we're just taking that shadow region pushing it a little bit darker. Like that. Okay, do a new one. You know, we could go dark with this, or we could wash it out. Let's go dark first, and we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But my hunch is that I'm gonna probably prefer to wash it out, though I'm not positive off the top of my head what color I want to work with to do that. Okay, so that's the darker option versus a more washed out. And so basically I'm thinking we got to go somewhere in here, more gray, and maybe introduce a little bit of a light bleed around the edge. I think. But this is all just working off of a hunch right now. I think my issue is that the color is too green. It's got a lot of saturation to it. With that being said, if we go too gray, it'll pop off of that background. It seems counterintuitive, but I can pretty much guarantee that's what will happen. All right, maybe integrate this. I'm going nuts here, but give it the old college try. Okay, I think it's a little bit of a long shot, so I think we'll dial that back. It's worth a try, worth a try. Hmm. What are we doing here on this guy? think this one's it's just too low. It's got to be, that one's got to be farther back, I think, in the scene. It doesn't belong there. If we want to cast a shadow here, maybe go up the legs of the character. I think we could, but I want to do that on a separate layer. So, okay, one thing I want to do here is, yeah, I guess, sample these regions. And then mask that off with this. Then I think we can do a new layer. We'll grab that. And we'll see if that's too much, but I want to have some light bleed. Went through there. Well, I don't like that much at all. In fact, I don't even like the shapes. Luminosity, color, normal, color, luminosity, normal. I think I'm gonna go with color. Okay, and then we'll do a new layer here. I'm thinking it might be interesting to, yeah, to put this guy in shadow here. Like, so if we've got, must have some shape. Hold on, let me adjust this real quick. Okay, yeah, we could have a shape here. Implied shape off the scene even. That's casting the shadow. On and behind our character, and then we can still light him with that blue light there. Yeah, we'll actually do the opposite here. Bring this in. This was the one area that I did kind of like from that layer that went nowhere. I liked the idea of having this little beam of light hitting down here somewhere. And there was a little bit of work that was done in here that will have to be redone. I'm actually surprised how dark some of these values are. I hadn't realized, I guess, my eyes might have adjusted or something, but just what color range or value range we were in. Okay, working on background all this time. Should probably get back to our character, huh? As he does not get back to the character. Okay, character, right, yeah. So I like the idea that this is crossed over like that, but I want to make sure that I'm not making it look like it's just like some kind of fabric thing or something. Like it's got to be. It's got to be a change in the pose. All right, let's reintroduce those blues down here into our shadow region. if that was quite necessary over there. I like it, but I don't like just how bright it is, so I'm going to pin that layer. I'm just going to push it back. Because I can. Let's do the same thing over here, right? Let's push this into a darker value. Because we can. I think originally we had that as a shadow, and I don't think it's reading that way anymore. I think it's reading as an internal design, and I think we'll do this the same way. That could probably go a little darker. I mean, it's really pushed back there. Let's put a little light on this thing. I think we can push this back a little bit. You can do a new layer, set it to lighter color, and pick one of these values. You can be a little more sloppy with it if you've already established your values, because we're not going to push that background any lighter because it's already bright enough. But we can kind of come right in here, push these values up. That's not very clean right there. It's funny because this almost looks like it's supposed to be like a shoulder or something. And, I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. What is it with aliens and leather boots? You ever think about that? Like, why can't they... Why don't they wear, like, kombucha leather boots? You know what I mean? You ever seen kombucha leather? They take the SCOBY and then they turn it into like hats and stuff. It's crazy. But hey, it's resourceful. I don't know, Eric, you're going crazy. Making that leg all super thin. I said he needed thin running legs. That's his jam. Do I want this value brighter up on top? I don't want a ton of green, but this up here. I'm gonna say probably not. Like something's telling me danger, Will Robinson. You know what I mean? What is going on with that hand? It felt like I did something with it, and then whatever it was, it went away. Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Whoops-a-daisy. Great. Got my layer stack all funny. Okay. Okay. Let's get it cleaned up. That's what we gotta do. That thumb is like way out and actually needs to come back this way. You shouldn't even really see it. But I did kind of like the, I don't know, the gesture seemed to work before, regardless of whether or not the anatomy worked out. Okay. Let's get this worked in here. I'm not sure that all this really needs to be in shadow. I mean, I think we did that. Graphically, it worked. So I want to be careful not to just throw that away. But I want to be able to see a little bit of what's going on in there. Nah, I don't like that. Let's zoom out. I feel like we're getting too caught in the weeds trying to make this thing be something. And we might just be missing the point. Okay. I'm going to push those back. Bring back that blue. We have that pick up a few more spots. I don't think we want to go excessive with it. Like right there, that might be too much. Maybe I don't know. Just leave it at that. Even that might be too much. You know. All right, let's keep playing with this. We could go the old glowing eyes thing, you know. I often find the more beady the eyes are, they're just kind of disturbinating, you know. Could go with the slits. Beep beep. You can kind of imply some facial expression a little bit when you. So, like if we just did those straight round like we did, but if you flatten out the bottom, then you've got like the eyelids coming up, or the lower lid, and that implies more. It implies more awareness, and when you bring the eyelid at the top down, it almost looks sleepy, right? So, let's see if we bring that lower one down, and that's like a focused kind of look. I don't know that we gain much of anything from that. I'll go back to just the like round with just barely the bottom leveled off. Let's go with red light in there. Try to clean that up a little bit. I think the width of the what would be perceived as a pupil makes a huge difference, you know. Again, we can explore different colors here. Doesn't have to be just red eye evil monster. It could be blue-eyed evil monster. Maybe we bring that green in here. Just do it all. Pick all the colors. Why not? Someone in the class has to raise their hand and be like, I have a reason. Why not? Because it'll look terrible. Let's lower this a little bit. Okay. It almost looks, you almost could feel sorry for this thing. I don't know, maybe I'm the only one. What are you talking about, Eric? Feeling sorry for the evil robot machine thing? Just saying. gotta get these shapes right, or it's just gonna look sad, you know? Let's grab this. Kind of implies that lower eyelid shape with which we may be able to get some emotion. Why, whatever could you mean? We'll give it like a strap. A what? I said what I said. Alright, Space Dude, what are we gonna do? can do some more color. We can throw in some this skylight on your helmet here. Maybe darker than that. Hey, so much for the head inside the head, you know what I mean? That's a reference to something we were talking about earlier. In case you're tuning in late. Okay, let's do some more color balance, curves, all that good stuff. Done a fair amount of blending. Now we can play with it some more. Alright, this one I think is going to be subjective. We'll have to zoom out to figure out really what we like for this highlight tone, whether we want it. This is going to affect kind of our background fog, whether we want it to have a certain cast one direction or another. Okay, let's zoom out and have a look-see. Alright, now let's adjust that cast. I'm definitely liking that. Just more dramatic. Drama. This I'm torn on though. That, you know, that's really dramatic, really punchy, really got this dark mood to it. This over here, I like the subtlety, how that background blends into kind of these soft grays. So we are divided. So let's take this one and we'll go hit that blue. And then we will limit it to a certain region. Hey, we got Morris in the chat. What's up, Morris? You know, I've been meaning to get a hold of you on Discord because we got to catch up on your on the submarine character you were working on, and the backgrounds that were associated with that. I saw you posted the character or ship, I guess. Kind of crossed that line between machine and character. But anyway, the backgrounds that you were developing, thought those were coming along, and we were going back and forth on that. But then we just, I guess, with the holidays, we just kind of lost track. So we'll have to get back in touch. All right. Okay, I think I might knock this one out of the higher values. I don't know. I'm afraid to do it. Yeah, that doesn't. I don't know. I kind of like this, but I kind of don't. So what I'm going to do is we'll just copy it all and paste it. So we'll just flatten that down, and then we'll go back and adjust it. So that was. That's okay. Let's do this one again. Let's just bring that all the way back up. Like so. Do the same thing. Copy and paste. Seeing them side by side though. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, we'll do this one. Yeah, I think somewhere between these two is what I like. So we'll just take this one, we'll lower the opacity. And then I think we can start punching up colors and stuff. Let's do another way to address this is to do hue saturation and then select your color range rather than your values. So like we might take our yellows, which is gonna get us close to these. We might have to shift it. But let's tighten that up a little bit, tighten this up a little bit. We'll go. What is that value? Is that? Let's brighten things up. Just see what happens here. Yeah, right in there. All right. So with this, we can start to isolate the different zones that we've got, the local colors that we've made. By local, I don't mean necessarily on the parts, I mean localized. Like we've got a spot of this color and a spot of that color there. Right? And so now we can decide, do we want to push these further apart, add more range in the palette, or do we want to condense that? So let's, for this one, I'm going to condense it. I want it to be similar to this up here, so that those get associated as similar colors. I think we're going to adjust the hue and saturation, or the value and saturation a little bit, just to get them a little bit less punchy than this character up here. Okay, that as opposed to this where we push them farther apart. And even this one, you know, we can do a blend if to get a nice transition. And so we go pick our reds, find out where the edge is. We might just do gray, find out where the edge is. Okay, I'll come up from black, I think. Right, and then we'll just blend that. We might consider doing the same thing here. And I'm mostly concerned about that color right there. Because that one gets pushed dark and it's a problem. All right. I guess that actually kind of gets them all. I don't like that. And I think maybe we gotta go brighter with that color. It's a tricky one because I want it to not be competing against this, but it also has to blend into its environment. All right, let us continue on. So this is dealing with reds. This we could even do something like a color dodge or something. Of course, should only affect that one layer or that one region. So that's kind of a bummer that it's going crazy like that. All right, now let's isolate our greens, which there are a lot of. Whew. So let me move this over so we can see the whole image as we're working on it. All right, so we pulled all those greens out. Now let's bring them back in. And let's figure out where we want them. And lower the brightness of them. Shift it. I do find that overall green base, in my opinion, it gives the opportunity for that red to pop through and then just be really kind of garish almost, which I'm not saying that's really what we're going for, but if you want a terrifying and fantastical scene, it's not the worst way to go. Okay, and finally, I think I want to push that value up, and that might just be a matter of doing curves rather than isolating with hue saturation. Hmm. I think it's closer to what I want, but I don't like the contrast just goes nuts in there. So we can adjust channel by channel as well if we want to fine tune what's happening. Let's see, do we want to pump those up, get all that juicy contrast, or do we want to bring them down and subdue all of that? Let's pump them up. Nah. I think subduing them makes the most sense. All right. We gotta. See, it's funny. I told you this. You don't land far from the tree when you do all these seemingly tedious adjustments, and then you come back around to like, oh yeah, that's very similar to where we started. But it does. I think it does make a difference when you're thinking about compressing colors. Getting your palette tightened up. It's just really minute changes, but it makes a difference. So let's add a little drama to this. We'll get some fog or something going on here. Because we got it in the background, but we don't have it right here. Right in front of the fella himself. And we shift it to like a red in there. Is that too much to ask? Could be, could be. That doesn't need to be such a stair step there. We can just sweep it like that. So we can give this a little bit of depth, so it's not just a flat line. This, however, alright, so I'm gonna grab that shape right there. We're gonna invert it, Control Shift I. I'm gonna use my smudge brush. We'll do sample all layers, and we're just gonna slide these guys in. I'll push this back a little bit. There. I think we could make the face more more of a focal point by lowering this contrast around it and kind of allowing that to pop through as a more prominent piece there. Pop through as a more prominent piece. What are you saying? I think what I'm trying to say is contrast. I'm trying to do the contrast thing. Yeah, it's just unnecessary. At first I was thinking, I need to change this shape so that this shape reads well. And then I got into this detailing frame of mind and just don't think we need it. Just don't think it needs all that. Not today. Okay. I think we're getting to the end of this. I'm losing steam. All right, let's think about simplifying a bit. Call me crazy. But if we can take these regions here and maybe just use a fairly flattened value. Local color even, we'll say. Let's see what that does. We have a new layer. Yeah, we do. You've lost your mind, sir. You have lost your mind. No. This is the way. Well, what do we think? Multiply would push it all dark. Overlay, I feel, would get too crazy. Hard light's kind of nice. It does some work, but it keeps some of our previous work. I think I liked what multiply was doing. I don't know. It's hard to say because you know, we did all that work to lighten up some areas so that it wasn't all black, and so multiply is going to push things to black. We want to be careful about that. And I'm also not convinced that that's the right shape because I don't like what's going on here in the chest. Like, I want this to be one shape there. Let me zoom out so I'm having looking at this with clear eyes. To a degree, that'll kind of flatten out that color to one zone rather than being all over the place. So, all right. We never did determine whether or not this was a good idea. It's kind of gimmicky. We could let's smudge it. I do like smudging. Just gives that just a little bit of texture to the smog. What is going on here? Unacceptable. All right, now I feel like it would make sense to have this scene actually be about something rather than just having a dude, you know? Like if he's coming up to this cave, you know, and there's, I don't know, a little silhouette of a kid hiding or something, and now you've got a story. But are we gonna do that today? I don't know. Can we have this lighting up our fog down here? That'd be kind of neat. Light it up. I don't like that. Making a mess. You're making a real mess. Alright, let's grab this value. Let's reintroduce that smudge. Yup. We're going for it. The whole trope and a half. Get the little lens flare. Let's go bigger with that. And darker even. I don't think we need to worry about being super bright. I think we just need to get a saturated color in there. All right, and then our silhouette of our hiding character. Got a little Smeagol going on here. So then we'll go behind that part. First of all, I want to smooth these out because we've got some compression going on just from all the adjustment layers and stuff we've done. Just smooth some of that. But let's come down and just kind of introduce that just a little bit there. And we got our little hiding character down here. Hmm. I don't even know why I'm doing this right now. It just felt like detailing that out a little bit. Wasting your time, Eric. You took that simple design and you had to make it more complicated, didn't you? Now we gotta figure out what to do with it. Okay. Proportionally, like the amount of light here and the amount of light here, I wonder if we haven't, caused problems for ourselves. But I want to see what happens if we do new layer. We'll throw some of this across there. Just get that light hitting a little more. Yeah, I mean, at least it's a more interesting shape. It's, I think it could do with being a little less linear. Like if maybe we brought this down like that. When in doubt, just add a whole bunch of fog. No, not really. Makes it look kind of, what do you call it? Kind of that campy old sci-fi. Cue the fog machine. Yeah, it doesn't read as much like it's a shadow. Oh, is that what you're doing? Yep. Oh. I don't know about the blue. It's just not, it's not super congruent with the rest of what I've done here, but I am going to keep it in there just subtly. And, we could draw attention to this dude. But I want him to be obscured. See, now I don't like it anymore. It's like this bad guy is hunting children. So now you gotta have some other element in here. Like another glowy bayonet or something. Kind of ready to go. I don't like that that's the same size as the other one, so that's kind of an issue. Maybe the kids got one. Kabuzz. That's the noise that it makes. Kabuzz. Ooh. You gotta give them some hope, Anticipation of what's gonna happen next. And it wouldn't quite be right unless we added a few more. So let's grab this dude here. Get the big picture, but doesn't need to be perfect. And we'll throw a couple more in there. Looking at your message, Morris. How is this one progressing? That is a great question. I am not digging it, I'm just feel like I like the character. I thought it was kind of fun. I do like drawing, sci-fi baddies. But at the same time, I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm wild about this. So here's what I'm going to do with this guy. I'm going to condense or pin the layer so that I am painting just on this layer without any it's just using the pixel data, and I'm just changing that. So it basically becomes a mask of itself. I like that red value there. Let me bring that in here. Just oversimplify the colors. Okay, then we're going to make some adjustments here. We'll turn that off. Reintroduce our ability to just paint wherever we want. I think we do want this to still be a little bit dynamic. Rather than just, static dude standing back there. I think we can accomplish some of that with, like, if this is like a wind getting whipped up by the wind, right? And then this, I think, could be adjusted. And we'll just do a mask, and I'm just going to mask off a little bit of this. Try to push that back. It's not so obviously the the round brush. I suppose I could live with it if it were. And maybe we do a curves just on this guy. I think we need to bring the darkest values up. Since he's farther back. Lightest values are probably okay, but close to where they are. Yeah, something like that. It's not doing a lot, but he's just gotta lower the contrast on him. Might shorten that up. I don't know. I want him to be like, he's got his shield up or something. I don't know. But just looks kind of like he's doesn't have a great pose. Okay. I think this might be the place to stop. Is there anything more I feel like doing? I don't know. Just don't know. I'm sure it'll hit me tomorrow. I'll be like, oh yeah, I should have done that. I actually kind of like that. So this version, just going normal, I feel like it brightens it up a little bit, makes it maybe more accessible. But this one, we just go. It just goes on fully saturated colors, which is kind of interesting as well. Yeah, somewhere in there. Okay, so let's hide all those. And then bring it back in. I think that's alright. I think I can live with that. I don't know. I mean, there's an obvious, like, hot spot right there. I'm curious if we, excuse me, knock that out. We'll just go with, like, a darker color. We'll select that. And we'll push those back. I mean, it's funny because I like the transition. It's just totally pointless where it is. It's just noise for the sake of noise. But okay, I could live with this. Let's do a lighter color. Grab that. Just push this back a little bit here. Um, a lot of atmosphere, and a little bit of atmosphere, somewhere in the middle. See, putting a lot of atmosphere in there, I don't know, it makes sense. Sort of. But do lighten instead of lighter. I think I prefer that. That way you push that up a little bit. Okay, well, I'm tempted to do curves just one more time to balance out all that extra stuff. That fog we brought in there. Yeah, I kind of don't like it. I think just a little bit will do. All right, let's stop here. Let me go full screen. Zoom in a wee bit there. Something like that. All right, I think that's going to do it for tonight. I think there's more, as far as this one, I'm looking at the metal and I'm thinking, yeah, it's really kind of high gloss. Excuse me. Doesn't need to be polished. But I guess it all depends on the character we're going for. But it is what it is. We played around, ended up here. That's what happened. So anyway, I think this is where I'll call it. And yeah, I know. I'm looking at it, thinking, man, what if we made those little green blades, like red blades? Then would they, you know, fit in thematically? They'd be kind of a little splot of that red color in the dark shadows. Who knows? And by who knows, I mean we could test it quickly, but I keep saying that we got to stop, and I think we actually have to stop. So, all right, I think this will be it for me for tonight. It's about 2 in the morning, so I need to go to bed. So thank you all for joining in. Thanks for hopping in the chat, and as always, hopefully you had something you were working on and made some progress on it. I think that's about all I've got to say. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.